Our session will be start in 3 minutes. Please sit, turn your cell phone off or put in vibration mode, and keep your mask on at all times. 各位女士先生，欢迎来到2021年台湾全球健康福祉论坛平行场次第5场。我们将于3分钟内开始，请尽速就座，将你的手机关机或设为震动，并全程佩戴口罩。谢谢。我先开始，然后。In this parallel session on how has COVID-19 impaired the sexual exploitation, hosted by the Department of Protective Service, Ministry of Health and Welfare, we have the honor to invite Professor Yu Chen Gao of the National Chongqing University's Department of Law as our moderator for today. Please welcome Professor Gao. 本场次主题为疫情下的网络儿少性剥削变化，由卫福部保护司主办。我们很荣幸邀请到国立中兴大学法律系高玉泉教授担任主持人，让我们热烈欢迎高教授。
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bernard Cao. I'm very honored to be here. Now, welcome to the panel. Long before the pandemic began, online child sexual exploitation has been an issue of social concern. Law enforcement, NGOs, and the industry were mobilized to fight against this pandemic on the internet. Then came the COVID-19, which overshadowed everything. The world was virtually locked down. So, to what extent has this pandemic impact on the fight against online child sexual exploitation is something that we all want to know. Now, it seems that there is an increasing risk because of the pandemic that children are even more vulnerable online. So today, we are very honored to have 3 speakers, 3 experts indeed, to discuss on the issue. Now let me introduce them to you. The first one is Dr. Michael Salter. Michael, are you with us?
Yes, I sure am.
Hi. I can't see you, but can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. welcome. And Dr. Michael Salter is an Sanshire Associate Professor of Criminology, University of New South Wales, Australia. And the second speaker, Mr. Toby Deck. Toby, are you with us? Can you hear me?
I can, Bernard. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay. Ah, I can see you now. Hello, I'm wearing a mask. Now, Toby is the executive manager of the Australian E-Safety Commissioner, Australian government. And last but not least, we have Yi-Ling Chen, who is the Secretary General of APEC Taiwan. APEC Taiwan was a founding member of APEC International. So, shall we begin? Michael?
We certainly can.
If you're ready.
Yes, no, that's great.
Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for the invitation to be here today. It's a great honour to be speaking to you about such an important topic. And I'll be presenting the findings of a study that was funded last year by the Australian E-Safety Commissioner and that I undertook with my colleague, Dr. Tim Wong. And we were interested early on in the pandemic about the challenges that COVID-19 posed to child protection, particularly in terms of the online safety of children. And so we were very lucky that the E-Safety Commissioner supported our study to undertake a risk assessment looking internationally at the views of police and also tip lines and hotline workers about whether or not children were more at risk online because of COVID-19 and the behaviours of online child sexual abusers. So the aim of the research study was to document shifts in online child sexual exploitation behaviour and also the responses of hotlines and specialist law enforcement. So the study was guided by a number of research questions. What are the experiences of frontline professionals in responding to changes in online offender behaviour and child risk during the pandemic? And also, how do online offenders adapt to increases in the online presence of children associated with major crises? So, of course, we know that all around the world, schools were closing as a result of COVID-19 and children were participating online in order to continue their education, but also for social purposes and recreational purposes. And so we were interested in how the online offender community was responding to this and what are the policy and practice recommendations that we can learn from COVID-19. So as our countries shift out of our immediate short-term response to the pandemic, what has it taught us about child protection that we need to implement now that we have the opportunity? So the methodology for the study involved a global survey of hotlines and specialist law enforcement and also follow-up interviews with hotline workers and police. So some of you might not be familiar with the term hotlines, but we have around the world around 50 hotlines or tip lines. These are organisations that are tasked to take reports from the public and also from technology companies of online child abuse and other sorts of illegal content. And once they've received that report, then their job is to navigate the removal of that material. And of course, we also have specialist police officers whose job is to investigate online abuse. So we were looking to recruit both of these workforces for this survey and also for interview. So in terms of the recruitment, we initially sent a recruitment email to a range of organisations in law enforcement, in the not-for-profit sector, and also to some industry organisations. Ultimately, we had 77 responses to the survey, and then 15 of those survey respondents opted into an online interview, which took about 30 minutes. You can see there the demographics of people who participated in the project. The majority were from North America, and then Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and then the UK. And so we had relatively little engagement through the Asian region, although some participation from Australia and New Zealand. It's worth recognising when we were recruiting participants, it was in July, August last year. That was a period of peak demand for police and also for hotlines. So we were very pleased to have the participation rates that we had, because we recognised that both police and hotlines were very, very busy. About 60% of participants who responded to the survey or the interviews were in a management role. And so we were able to glean a high-level bird's eye view of a range of different agencies in both police and in the not-for-profit sector and their experiences with COVID-19. Very quickly, the survey participant demographics was about 50% male and female, and a good age distribution here. 2/3 came from law enforcement, and the other third came from either non-government, government or industry. And by and large, it was a fairly experienced group. So 1 in 5 had more than 10 years experience working in the area of online abuse. 1/3 had between 6 to 10 years, and 1/3 had between 1 to 5 years. So it gives you a sense that this is quite a well-informed group of research participants. We asked questions about changes to work conditions, and this is quite important. Obviously police and hotlines perform a very vital public service role in terms of protecting children from online abuse. And so we were interested about the impact of COVID-19 on the capacity of frontline professionals to continue to do that work. What you can see is that overwhelmingly, for most participants, the impact of COVID-19 was that sometimes they were working from home. So 1/2 of the survey, but actually for 40%, there was no changes whatsoever to their working conditions. I should say that participants could answer multiple options here. Some survey respondents worked fewer hours, but others worked more hours. I think a very good news story is that no worker reported that their agency closed and that they did not work for periods of time during COVID-19, which is heartening. I think that would have been very concerning. We asked respondents about their work activity and whether there'd been any changes in their work activity. So we asked them about their work activities in terms of taking reports of online child abuse, investigating reports of online child abuse, also categorising images and videos of child abuse. We asked participants about their victim identification work, the time that they were spending monitoring dark web activity, the time that they were spending supporting victims, delivering prevention and education programs around online safety, and also conducting forensic examination of devices. What you'll see in the second column is that the number of responses to these questions was not the same, because not all participants were engaged in these activities. So only professionals who were actually undertaking those activities responded to this question. I've highlighted in yellow answers where there was more than 50% agreement. And so the story that we see here is that over 50% of respondents agreed that as a result of COVID-19, they were taking more reports of online child abuse, and they were also investigating more reports of online child abuse. But over 50% of respondents agreed that they were not undertaking more work to identify victims, and also that they weren't undertaking more work to support victims. And the one area of work activity where we saw a decrease was in the delivery of prevention and education programs. So this is a very high-level perspective on the response to COVID-19. And of course, different countries, different jurisdictions are going to see a different picture here. But at a very high level, we might have some concerns that respondents are reporting some or major increases in online child abuse, but that they're not reporting any increased work around victim identification or supporting victims, and that at a time of quite significant risk to children, there was a reduction in the delivery of prevention and education programs. And one of the reasons for that reduction is that many agencies, when they're doing online safety prevention work, they're often doing it face-to-face, and they're doing it through school visits and community visits. So once the country or the jurisdiction is in lockdown, they're no longer able to roll out and implement the usual sorts of online safety strategies that they have in the past. We asked participants we asked them a range of questions about the activities of perpetrators online. And I won't present a detailed breakdown of those questions here. We asked across 5 risk domains whether they were seeing increases in the consumption, production and distribution of child sexual abuse material. We asked whether they were seeing increases in online grooming and luring behaviour. We asked whether they were seeing increased activity in online abuse communities in both the dark web and also on social media. We asked whether they were seeing increased risk-taking by children, such as sharing nude images or sharing identifying information. And we also asked about abuse live streaming, whether they were seeing increased rates of offenders paying for the remote abuse of children that they would watch via live stream. And across all 5 of these areas of abuse, all the participants agreed that they'd seen some or significant increases as a result of COVID-19. We followed up with 15 interview participants. We followed up with 15 survey participants, and we undertook an online interview with them just to explore some of these themes in more detail. These included 2 managers of investigation teams. So these were individuals that oversaw a number of investigators, and they directed investigations. We spoke to 4 hotline managers. We spoke to 4 law enforcement officers, and also we spoke to 5 hotline analysts who sit and take phone calls or emails about online abuse. We asked all of these interviewees about what they felt were the lessons of the pandemic and what they felt that we should be learning from the pandemic and implementing as a part of our response in the future. And they emphasised 4 key areas. The first was the need for an adaptive and crisis-proof education and prevention approach. That at the moment, our approach to education and prevention is not prepared for the sort of crisis that COVID-19 posed. And we need to do more thinking about how we're going to reach children and reach parents and educators with education and prevention material. Our interviewees were also quite concerned about technology company transparency and accountability. And so a key part of hotline work and also law enforcement work is liaising with technology companies and social media providers in order to gain data on potential offences and also to seek the removal of illegal content. And many of our interviewees were very frustrated with the low standard of response and the inadequate resourcing that they witnessed amongst the technology industry during COVID-19. They also focused on the need for enhanced support for victims and survivors of online abuse and also the need for improved data. That at the moment, the available data and information that we have about online abuse it really comes primarily from police activity and also from hotline activity, and it limits our ability to measure, to objectively and rigorously measure the extent of the problem. So we'll just look at a couple of quotes on these themes. So this is a tip line manager talking about the need for a more adaptive and crisis-proof approach to online safety education. So they said at the beginning of COVID-19, we had a lot of difficulty. Our key target is to do outreach on cyber wellness with young learners in schools, but we were unable to get to schools. We were unable to get to the general public. And then she explains that they did change their approach. They began to use billboards. They began to put posters on street poles. They began to use radio advertisements. She said, we actually went back to the 1980s. One of our staff put on like a mascot uniform, dressed up and took to the streets. They started handing out pamphlet information that they had to resort to quite old school approaches in order to educate the public. And so it's a very good example of the ways in which agencies did in fact adapt to some of the challenges posed by COVID-19. So here's just a selection of a couple of complaints that came up from interviewees about the lack of transparency and accountability in the private sector when it comes to online abuse. This is a hotline manager, and she's saying that they experience a lot of people coming in and reporting to us saying that they've already reported directly to the social media platform on numerous occasions that they're experiencing the abuse, and the platform is either not responsive or they're getting an auto-generated message saying that because of COVID-19, the social media platform has decreased their moderation team and there's not the same amount of staff, so it's going to take longer to get a response. An investigations manager says social media platforms have been under-calibrating their automated processes to such an extent that social media platforms have become safe spaces for those with a sexual interest in children to congregate. It's incredible to think you can have this huge landscape and online community of legitimate business owners and models and individual citizens, and the way that they use a social media platform looks identical to that of those sexually exploiting children. So some really important reflections here from people working at the front line, asking questions about the lack of resources invested in online safety and online child protection by social media platforms at a time where we know children were at increased risk of online abuse. This is a hotline manager emphasising the importance of investing in support and holistic responses for victims and survivors. And she said, I think more resources need to go into better supporting survivors and ensuring that they have proper services and safety planning in place so that they can focus not only on healing, but so they're not burdened with this idea that they have to self-police content of themselves. So this hotline manager was reporting that they were in contact with a number of young people and children who are actively searching online, trying to find their own abuse images in order to report those images and seek removal, because these victims and survivors were experiencing a lot of online abuse and harassment from online communities of pedophiles that were identifying their names and addresses and were tracking them down. And so she says they need to have the opportunity to focus on going to school or getting a career, building a family. They don't need to be worrying about all of these external stresses and factors that are going on. At the moment, that is something they need to worry about because oftentimes there's personal safety considerations. And this is often not appreciated, I think, from policymakers and academics, that victims and survivors of online child abuse can continue to be abused and harassed by offenders on the dark web and offenders on social media. Last but not least, this was an important reflection from a law enforcement representative. And he says one of the things that the pandemic revealed that we were already kind of aware of, which is that our ability to gather and generate relevant information was quite limited. So when he went out to look for information on the extent of online abuse during COVID-19, he said that police found that information very difficult to collate. It was very difficult to produce rigorous information to inform the public better about online child abuse during COVID-19. He said that the ability of police to differentiate between different types of crimes that are being committed against children is generally not very good. It's something that he was already aware of, but it's been revealed again during COVID-19. So one of the things he observed is that different police forces were making different claims about the risk to children during COVID-19. And he says, well, there might be lots of reasons for that. They're using different indicators. Maybe they don't have systems in place. Maybe it's true that some police are not seeing, some police are seeing a different effect on online child safety in one country than another, but we need to invest in better data systems. So that's it from me. The link here is to the publicly available report, which you can find online at the university. Thank you very much for listening in. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Are you still with us, Michael?
I am still with you.
Yes. Thank you for your very illuminating presentations. And I do have some questions, but I will save them until the end of the presentations of all three of them. Is that all right?
Of course.
Okay. So now we'll have the second speaker, Toby. Toby, are you with us?
I am. Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my slideshow with you all.
Yes. I have your PPT as well. Do you think you can share them with us?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's sharing now.
Yes, excellent. I can see you now. Thank you. Please.
Fabulous. Look, thank you very much to you all for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today about the work of the eSafety Commissioner and about a little of what we saw during the COVID period last year. And I want to offer in particular my gratitude to the Secretariat for their assistance with preparing me to give today's talk. So the eSafety Commissioner was formed in July 2015 as the first government agency that was really dedicated to the specific role of protecting Australians online, so protecting its citizens and residents online. The kernel of the eSafety Commissioner was formed around originally a scheme to deal with serious cyberbullying affecting children or targeted at children, and a legacy scheme that dealt with online content issues. And both of those schemes really formed the basis of the eSafety Commissioner at the outset. But now we've matured to a point where we've established that there are three main pillars to our work. On the one hand, we have protection. So there are regulatory and reporting schemes, and we added several over the ensuing years. Our prevention work, which is evidence-based and very much driven through the work done to create resources for teachers to tie in with the national curriculum. We do a lot of teacher in-service and pre-service training. As well, we have a number of programs that are dedicated towards things like certifying providers of online safety education and providing resources for older Australians too, to safely navigate the internet. Then the third pillar is based around proactive and systemic change, and the centerpiece there is our safety by design work, which I'll talk more about in a moment. So just to start with protection, the teams that form the investigations branch of the eSafety Commissioner are the online content team, which takes reports about illegal and harmful online content, with most reports concerning child sexual abuse material. We also deal with pro-terror content. We also have a team that deals with image-based abuse. So that is the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, which is established through one of our regulatory schemes and gives us fairly wide-ranging powers to deal with the non-consensual sharing of intimate material. And about 25 to 30% of all of the reports that we get through the image-based abuse scheme are made by under 18s. Then we have a scheme which deals with serious cyberbullying of a child. As I mentioned, that was one of the first schemes that was brought to bear within the eSafety Commissioner's scope. And that allows us to take action against material which is seriously harassing, seriously intimidating, humiliating, or threatening, where that material is targeting an Australian child. Now, in terms of how COVID affected us last year, like a lot of other agencies operating within this area, we saw an enormous increase in the number of reports that we received, particularly from March to September last year. But overall, when we compare 2020 with 2019, we saw about a 90% increase in the number of reports received through our online content team, also known as Cyber Report. And most of those, 65% to 70% of those reports concerned child sexual abuse material. But the biggest increase to our reporting schemes was actually in the area of image-based abuse, where we saw a 114% increase in complaints from 2020 compared with 2019. About a third of those related to under 18s. And so all of this was in the context of people being at home. Clearly, they were unable to make contact with others in their lives. So we saw a turn to what we referred to as digital forms of intimacy, much greater sharing of intimate material via services right along the spectrum. And as a result, it became apparent fairly quickly through the pandemic that Australians were coming into contact with harms more regularly. They were finding their material was being shared without their consent to a much higher degree than had been the case previously. And we were finding as well that there were a number of very well-crafted scams that were targeting particularly younger Australians in relation to image-based abuse material. All of this was happening at the same time that Australians were turning online in much greater numbers than had been the case previously to work, to be educated, to be entertained, to communicate. And so there was a lot of good that was being experienced by Australians at the same time. And indeed, we conducted some research that showed 89% of Australians through the pandemic said that the internet was essential to them for at least one activity. We are seeing a much greater volume of children being victimised online through the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. Now that in Australia, at least, we're starting to turn the corner, many of those trends really haven't subsided. And I just do want to point to the excellent work that Dr. Salter and his colleague Dr. Wong did through the University of New South Wales. We were very pleased to support that research. It was really critical research and it helped us as an agency better understand the landscape in which we were operating and to see that many of the trends that we had observed through COVID were actually being observed by peer agencies around the world. What we've seen as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic is what I tend to refer to as a shift in our tectonic plates. So there has been a very substantial shift in the way Australians are interacting online. And as a consequence, many of the harms that were very clearly manifesting through COVID have persisted through to late 2021. And in fact, when you look at the first quarter of 2021 compared with the first quarter of 2019, complaints in relation to child sexual abuse material are still 45% higher than they were at the beginning of 2019. What we saw during the intense period of the pandemic here in Australia, March to September last year, was a very great need for resources to help parents and carers, educators, children and teens to cope with the transition to home and all that meant for the use of technology and the reliance on technology. We produced a number of resources for parents and carers specifically that provided them with some support in relation to dealing with how best to juggle the obligations that fell to them now as professionals and as parents and as educators as well. What we noticed in many of the forums that we regularly encounter through the child sexual abuse material work that the online content team does was a great degree of communication within those forums between offenders who were sharing information about how to contact children who were at home and perhaps not as supervised as they might otherwise have been, given the competing demands on parents' attention. And so some of the insights that we're able to derive from that set of observations were translated into advice for parents and carers. We also knew that, based on our conversation with a lot of the domestic violence and domestic family violence frontline professionals that we work with closely through our eSafety Women program, that they were concerned about an increase in the pressures and the risks faced by victims of domestic and family violence, women trapped at home with abusive spouses and partners, children trapped at home with an abusive parent. And so serious was the issue that the Queensland University of Technology has actually referred to the experience of domestic and family violence victims as a shadow pandemic, particularly in relation to coercive and controlling behaviours and tech-facilitated abuse. So some of the research that we were able to draw on informed our responses to provide clear, detailed advice for frontline professionals in terms of how they can assist clients seeking assistance with tech-facilitated abuse. So we're seeing some new trends as a result of COVID and as a result of changes in the technology sphere generally. One of the more concerning changes to what we're seeing relates to the number of children who have been contacted by a stranger online. We prepared research last year based on a fairly detailed survey of Aussie teens, and we found that the results for 2020 were quite different from results from 2019 in that almost a third of teens had said that they'd been contacted online by a stranger, whereas the previous year it was about 1 in 4. I think that this is a very important trend to keep an eye on because associated with that is a much higher tendency for teens to report experiences of receiving unwanted contact from those who are sharing pornography and other offensive material. We know that the vast majority of teens who are coming to us for assistance with image-based abuse material have been contacted by those who are seeking to open a grooming relationship with that child. Only about 12% of image-based abuse material relates to peer sharing. And very often what we're told by young people who are seeking our assistance is that the relationship quite frequently opens with the unsolicited receipt of intimate pornographic material. So it can be a precursor to more concerning engagements, which ultimately may lead to a young person sharing intimate material, quickly losing control of that material. And we know through the work that we see through our online content scheme and also the work done by colleagues in other hotlines around the world, in particular the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, that form of content is highly prized by offenders and does end up in very significant volumes on both the clear and the dark web. And it probably comes as no surprise, just thinking back to one of the comments that Michael made in his presentation, that we see a lot of victims coming to us, victim survivors coming to us, particularly those under the age of 18 who are doing self-policing of their content online. It is a source of great distress for many of these teens and children who are relying on the E-Safety Commissioner to intervene, to provide some form of assistance through our regulatory schemes. And it is something that we're seeing more of. It is the case that some of our investigators have relationships with victims and survivors that go back several years, and still those victim survivors are policing the internet for their own content. So we do think that there is a great deal more that service providers, platforms, technologies that are relied on routinely by younger Australians to exchange material, they should be doing a far greater job of policing that on behalf of victim survivors and ensuring that their platforms aren't being weaponized for the purpose of supporting what ultimately amounts to fairly well-organised criminal activity. So moving from what we saw in 2020 through the COVID period through to what we can expect from this point on, many of the lessons that we learned during the COVID period have been translated into a new legislative platform for the online for online safety regulation in Australia. This is the Online Safety Act, which commences operation in January next year and provides a set of expanded powers for the Safety Commissioner to tackle a wider variety of forms of abuse. So not only will we be able to translate the existing regulatory schemes into the new realm, but we'll also be able to take action against very serious adult cyber abuse as well, where material is posted that targets an Australian adult and where that material is intended to cause serious harm, we'll now have takedown powers and warning powers. But it's important to us to note as well that there's a recognition in the Online Safety Act that technologies and times have changed, and it's a very welcome evolution, I think, to modernise the online content scheme, which prior to this reform had been not particularly given any attention since about 2008. So that online content scheme missed the changes in cloud computing and mobile computing. It missed the growth of social media, and we now have from January next year, the ability to take action against content, child sexual abuse material, no matter where it's hosted and no matter on what service it's hosted. So it's a very welcome change to our regulatory suite of powers and tools. We understand the critical importance of prevention, I think, better than we have even since the creation of the E-Safety Commissioner in 2015. Prevention, and this is a point that's made very clearly in the latest global threat assessment issued by We Protect, prevention really is where the bulk of our attention as a community needs to be. There is only so much change we can effect through the acute management of a crisis, because very often it's through that acute management of issues that we're dealing with matters that have already happened to someone. The harm has already been done. So we see prevention as being absolutely fundamental in changing not only the ability for offenders to contact children through changing habits and changing awareness and building a sense of resilience in young people, but also working to create programs that enhance the abilities, the literacy of Australians from all walks of life and through all ages as well. Parents, carers, educators, older Australians as well. And the 4 R's are what our Commissioner refers to as the bread and butter of our prevention work. That is instilling respect, online responsibility, and that's platform responsibility as well, sense of resilience, and a capacity for critical reasoning. All of these elements are the kinds of elements that appear again and again in the work that we do with teachers and schools, the work that we do to create curriculum resources, which are then rolled out to children through the very extensive program of webinars that we oversee within the education and outreach function at eSafety. We also, as our third pillar, strategic pillar, focus on proactive and systemic change. And I want to take a few minutes now just to talk about our safety by design work. We believe very strongly that online platforms need to be actually engineered from the first byte of code, from the first set of concepts that are laid down by designers to prevent misuse and prevent abuse. We think that platforms have a very strong responsibility to ensure that it's not the users who are responsible for making themselves safe on a platform, but the platform needs to have built in those protections from the very outset. And so that includes using sophisticated technologies like AI, but it also involves creating effective trust and safety teams who are working closely with engineers to ensure that safety is a concept that sits at the heart of any new feature, any new product that's rolled out online, particularly where it affects children. And so this goes to changing the culture of how big tech designs and develops and deploys their products. And to help with that, we've recently created an interactive assessment tool, a set of tools that industry can use to assess their own state of maturity and readiness when it comes to safety. And this is referred to as the Safety by Design assessment tool. You can test the tool for yourself at the link at the bottom of the screen. And the tools are designed to cater for companies that are as small as startups right through to big established enterprises. And we have done a very considerable amount of consultation with industry over several years to ensure that the product are in fact designed for industry with the direct input of industry through our consultation processes. And I think we've now had the tools downloaded from about 30 or 40 jurisdictions around the world. No one could have predicted COVID, of course, and the pandemic threw up some major challenges for us, both in terms of conceiving of the harms that were becoming particularly prevalent through COVID, but also thinking about some of the resourcing challenges that arose as well for us as an agency. Michael referred to a number of those in his talk, and they affected us just as much as they did other agencies, thinking about how we transitioned to a home-based work, how we maintained a degree of operational continuity. That was all very difficult. I think we've done a good job now of making that part of our way of working in anticipation of additional changes to the COVID landscape. But it now gives us time, I think, and some space to think about the other challenges that are on the horizon for us that we can plan for and can anticipate. I think everyone's familiar with the concerns about end-to-end encryption and the fact in particular that it means that proactive scanning of communications by platforms for known child sexual abuse material becomes hard, if not impossible, under the end-to-end encryption models that are being proposed by industry. And we really do want to see industry do a great deal more to show us how they're going to mitigate the risks that attach to full end-to-end encryption of, say, the Facebook Messenger service. We're also concerned about the potential for decentralized social networks to potentially displace a lot of these regulatory norms that have emerged in the online content space. Of course, the internet is a decentralized network, but if you look at the work of the E-Safety Commissioner and other similar agencies around the world, what you see is a notice and takedown model that requires a central authority to remove material that's the subject of a notice. It's harder to do that when social networks are decentralized and when there's no moderator authority that can be brought to bear over the network as a whole. We're a very proud member of InHope. We've been a member of InHope for 20 plus years. I sit on the board as Vice President, and we have excellent working relationships with our sister hotlines around the world, including Taiwan. And acknowledge the excellent leadership that Bernard has brought to bear on the hotline in Taiwan. Julie Grant is also a very prominent member of the We Protect Global Alliance, sits on the advisory board for We Protect. We've also had a great deal of participation in the Child Dignity Alliance, which is a precursor to some of the modernisation work of the We Protect Global Alliance. We work closely with our law enforcement partners, and we think that this combination of close domestic relationships with our law enforcement partners here in Australia and a lot of work to create and maintain international networks is really one of the keys to what makes e-safety, the E-Safety Commissioner, a successful model for online content regulation, particularly where it concerns children and young people. And with that model in mind, we're not alone. We've seen Fiji recently adopt an online safety commissioner model, which has some similarities to the Australian model, and we're seeing similar approaches emerge in Canada, Ireland, the UK through the Online Harms Bill, and the United States. And we're looking forward to contributing to the work of building an international network of regulators that are focused on online harms. And I'll just leave you with this thought that what we're engaged in is a great balancing act between privacy, security and safety. Very often privacy or security are prioritised in thinking about how to maintain people's safety online, but the question of safety as a specific discipline sometimes is a little bit lacking. And what the E-Safety Commissioner has done, particularly over the last 4 or 5 years through Julie Grant, is try to prioritise safety, not as an afterthought, but really building it in as an essential element to product design and regulatory practice. You're very welcome to keep up to date with the E-Safety Commissioner. You can follow us on social media, sign up for our newsletters at esafety.gov.au, and I would be very happy to stay in contact with anybody on the call. You can make contact through the Secretariat, and I'd be very happy to answer any additional questions that you might have after the session. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Toby. Very impressive indeed of what the E-Safety Commissioners have been doing. Just a quick, short question, Toby. And your office has been doing, well, a lot of things. And what is the annual budget allocated to your office? Any idea?
We've just gone through Senate estimates, Bernard, and they were questions that were asked of other colleagues who are much better prepared than I am. You can actually get a sense of our budget if you have a look at our annual report from last year, and I'm really sorry to direct you to the annual report. But look, it's fair to say that the budget for e-safety has increased year on year in quite substantial ways over the last 3 to 4 years in particular. We've just had a consistent layering on of responsibilities. That means that we've gone from, if I can just talk about it in terms of staffing, when Julian Grant took over as E-Safety Commissioner at the beginning of 2017, we were 35 people. We're just about to hit the 160 mark, and we'll have about 160 in place early next year. In terms of my branch, we started off with 18 people at the beginning of last year, and we'll have 41 at the beginning of next year. So the growth has been very considerable, and honestly, I think with the growth of the metaverse as well, there will just be a consistently complex set of challenges that continually arise, and I expect that growth probably won't taper off for a little while yet.
Okay, thank you, Toby. I'm sure we have other questions, so we'll just save them later. Thank you. So now the last speaker, Yiling. Please, yes. Do you need the mic? Here's for you.
Thank you. Great. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Eileen Chen from ECPA Taiwan. It's my pleasure today to share with you the child sexual exploitation in Taiwan. Child sexual exploitation, especially online child sexual exploitation, has become a great concern to all practitioners. And my sharing today will also focus on this. So let's get to know what is online child sexual exploitation. Online child sexual exploitation refers to the use of internet as a means to exploit children sexually. This can include, but not limited to, sexual exploitation that is carried out while the victim is online. Identifying and/or grooming potential child victims online with a view to exploiting them sexually. The distribution, dissemination, importing, exporting, offering, selling, possession of, or knowingly obtaining access to child sexual exploitation material online. Let's see the situation of child sexual exploitation in Taiwan. This is the national report since year 2017. The green part here is the number of victims of child sexual abuse materials or child sexual exploitation materials. We can see that the cases is increasing year by year. In year 2017, it was accounted for about 50% of the cases of child sexual exploitation. By year 2020, it already has reached nearly 80%. The reports in the first half of this year, 2021, January to June, the case has also exceeded reports in the same period last year. So we can see the increases year by year. And the theme of this session today is to discuss how COVID-19 has impacted child sexual exploitation. But I think here we still need more information, not only the numbers to explain. As actually the level 3 epidemic alert only started in mid-May this year. However, it's clear that online child sexual exploitation is a growing trend here in Taiwan. And what are the common forms of online child sexual exploitation? In the context, first, there is online grooming. In the context of child sexual exploitation and sexual abuse, online grooming refers to the use of internet or other digital technologies to establish a relationship with a child under the age of 18 in order to facilitate sexual interaction with that children, either online or offline. And the second one is sextortion. Sextortion means to use sexual or private images to blackmail the victim to do things they don't want to do. And the third one is child sexual abuse materials or child sexual exploitation materials, which means the materials depicting or recording sexual abuse and exploitation of children. And the production, distribution, sale, possession of, or access to the materials are all behaviors of sexual exploitation of children. There may be such a circle of online child sexual exploitation. The child is first groomed online, and the perpetrator may sexually assault, abuse the child, and take photos, or they ask for more photos. And then they might upload the photo images to website, or share it, or exchange it with other people in secret group. And then the photos are later be used to blackmail the victim, or they're used in other to groom other children. The severity of this issue is also that it is difficult for the images to be deleted forever online, and it can spread quickly. It can go viral on internet. And the internet also provides the offender an opportunity to contact children and to communicate with their peers. And it can be very in a very private way, so making police investigation difficult. Okay, and let's see some actual cases. Let's take a look at the sextortion cases. The data is from Taiwan's helpline and our child victim support services. In our sextortion cases, who are the perpetrators? They are boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, and they're the child's friend or acquaintance. And most of them are the internet friends, means they are the child meet online. They are not the child's offline world friend. And we also notice that the younger the victim, the higher the percentage of the perpetrators who are internet friends. Okay, what they want. We often see relation control, or they want sex or more images. Especially when the victim is younger, he or she is more likely threatened to send more images or more explicit images. And some perpetrators ask for money. Usually it happens to the male victim. Okay. As for online grooming, online predators use a variety of ways to reach out to the children. They use different words or identities or relationship to solicit children. For example, they pretend to be boyfriends or girlfriends with a child, or pretending to be friends that care the child a lot. Or they're playing games with a child, using game points to exchange children's images, using child's personal information or their parents' or friends' safety to threaten children to send sexual images. Recruitment fraud can happen on high school girls, while high school boys are more likely to encounter cybersex scams, which are often turned into sextortion. This is reports received by Taiwan's hotline. Last year, we received 647 reports of child sexual abuse materials and child sexual exploitation materials. And from January to August this year, there were almost 600 reports. Each report is an URL or website that may contain hundreds or thousands of child sexual abuse materials. So the actual number of child sexual abuse material is far more than the number we see here. The CSAM child sexual abuse material reports until August of this year has almost exceeded the number of last year. This is because certain people have reported a particularly large number of cases. Is it because there was an increase of this website due to COVID-19, so there are more websites that can be reported? I think it is difficult to say. However, during May and June this year, when the epidemic is more severe in Taiwan, the number of reports we received did not increase significantly. Another thing worth noting is the increase of computer-generated CSAM, which means the content is computer-generated, and which means there is non-existing child in the image. We need to take this seriously and to concern the serious effect that such a material can have on children's rights to dignity and protection. And among the reports we received about child sexual exploitation last year, 64% of the websites or platforms are in Chinese. It's clear that they target Mandarin users. And also there are 13 reports, 13 cases with IP address in Taiwan. And we provided the intelligence to the police to crack down the websites that sell CSAM. And from our observations, there are still many websites selling CSAM. They usually use membership. Members must pay or even provide images in order to obtain a higher membership level, so they can access to more child sexual abuse materials or more explicit images. And in some forums or platforms, there are messages to solicit children asking for photos of young boys' genitals. Usually they will leave an line ID and move from the public page to a more private communication app. There are also some websites where the offenders share snapshots. In addition, there have been a lot of reports in recent couple of years that there are many advertisements online selling date rape drugs. Okay. The theme of this session today is to talk about the impact of COVID-19. Although Taiwan has not been greatly affected, let's still take a look at the possible aspects of COVID-19's impact on child sexual exploitation and abuse. First, victim. The confinement measures are increasing the amount of time children spend online for education and entertainment. And during COVID-19, children may seek alternative ways of socializing through games, chats, social medias, etc., while not necessarily being aware of associated risks. The burden victim of domestic child sexual exploitation and abuse may also be in lockdown with the offender. And the burden may lead to increased risk, including an increase in taking and sharing of self-generated materials. Okay, and the guardian part. Children have reduced access to guardians such as teachers and social services, who are often the key in identifying and reporting of child sexual exploitation and abuse. This is also observed in Taiwan. The reports of child abuse decreased during the level 3 alert period. It's because the schools are closed and children are at home. So like we said, the teachers, they are often the key identifying the child abuse cases. So the reports has decreased during that time. And also, in some cases, parents may have limited opportunity for effective control when juggling work from home policies and their professional commitments. And in some other cases, parents are at home, they have increased time for online control, thus reducing the risk to children. And for the offender, who usually operate online are likely to increase the amount of time they spend online. And the offender continue to adapt and change their online environments to avoid police detection and to target platforms based on popularity with children. And because of the economic hardship from COVID-19, and might lead to an increase in child sexual abuse materials traded and produced for payment in the future. And about the handler, we're talking about here is the law enforcement and the hotline staff. Online investigator and the handling of hotline reports may have face some challenges during when working from home. And the police may also have to prioritize their task, the COVID-19 related tasks, than other investigation work. And as for location, the online environment in itself has not changed, and the child sexual exploitation abuse offenses continue to take place across multiple channels and platforms. And about the manager here means the tech company. During the COVID-19 period, the detection and removal of online child sexual abuse materials content has decreased as a result of electronic service provider monitoring teams working from home. And also the large number of online applications and platforms also make monitoring and detection of cases increasingly difficult for law enforcement. Okay, that's we just saw the different aspects of the COVID-19 impact. That's compared the data before and after COVID-19. As mentioned before, the number of national reports in Taiwan and ECPA Taiwan's hotline reports increased, but we need more evidence to confirm it's due to the COVID-19 impact. But the reports from NCMEC decrease. NCMEC is a National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in the U.S. They receive reports from the public and from electronic service providers. To date, over 1,400 companies are registered to make reports to NCMEC. So NCMEC, this is also one of the reference we use to understand the status of child sexual exploitation in Taiwan. And interestingly, NCMEC's reported data has declined in year 2020. Like I said earlier, we need more information to explain whether it is related to COVID-19 situation. But at a global level, or in other countries, it's different. NCMEC's reports has risen 28% in year 2020. It can mean that maybe large numbers of users on these platforms. And the UK IWF Internet Watch Foundation, the reports has also risen by about 16%. And also, IWF observed an impact from year 2020 is the rise of self-generated child sexual abuse content, where children are being targeted online through a webcam while they sit in their bedrooms and bathrooms. They are being manipulated into sexual activities, and someone on the other side of the camera has recorded and shared it online. According to IWF, they saw a 70% increase of self-generated content last year. Well, I was trying to cite data from InHope as well, but they changed how data is reported in year 2020, so they are not comparable. Okay, online child sexual exploitation is a global threat to children of all ages. This is once FBI tweeted. This is saying that this is a great concern to many international organizations, also including UNICEF. The production and dissemination of child sexual abuse materials, the solicitation of children for sexual purposes, or we say grooming, and sextortion, etc. these issues are not only Taiwan's facing, but a global issue. We need to invest more resources and international cooperation to eliminate this problem. So here's some recommendations for Taiwanese government to further tackle the online child sexual exploitation. The first one, so far there is no online grooming legislation in Taiwan. We recommend the Taiwanese government to adopt online grooming legislation in accordance with the model law developed by the International Center of Missing and Exploited Children. And the second one is to compliant with the optional protocol on the sale of children. Including increased penalty, including increased penalty of possession of child sexual abuse materials. So far, the offender caught for the first time for possessing CSAM only get an administrative fine. We suggest that the penalty should be at most 1 year imprisonment for the possession. We know there's already a amendment draft and hope the government can speed up the legislative process. And the second one is to punish the computer-generated CSAM. There should be legal provision regarding the computer-generated child sexual abuse materials. In particular, such content are used as part of the process to sexually exploit children. And the third one is we suggest there should be a police unit specialized in child sexual exploitation. Also, for example, like the CEOP in UK, CEOP means Child Exploitation and Online Protection Command. And there is also Argos. It's also a police unit specialized in child sexual exploitation. Argos is in Queensland, Australia. And in the US, there are even a prosecutor section specialized in child sexual exploitation. I think the above measures that can deliver a strong message to both the law enforcement and the potential offenders that the child sexual exploitation is not tolerable. And I think it's particularly important in this COVID-19 area or post-COVID-19 area because as we already see an increased risk online, we need more effective measures to tackle this issue. And the last one is awareness and education. It's always important and very basic in response. Also, in response to the risk rising in the pandemic period, we need more and effective preventive and awareness campaign for both children and guardians about the online child sexual exploitation. Okay, that's my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Yiling, for your detailed analysis. Now, we open for questions and comments. Yeah, Michael and Toby, you're still with us?
Sure are.
Yeah, great,
Yes,
great.
yes.
Now, any questions or comments? No, I actually would like to raise the first question to Michael. Now, one of the conclusions that you made in your presentations is that we need improved data. If I'm not wrong, well, correct me if I'm wrong. So considering that the pandemic is still there, so how are we and when are we going to get this improved data?
I think that's a very good question. At the moment, the data that we have is driven by agency activity. So the data that's being gathered is not being gathered to provide some objective assessment of the level of risk to children. The data that's been gathered is measuring agency activity. So It's telling us how many reports are being taken by hotlines and what they're doing with it. And it's also telling us to a certain extent what sorts of activities police are undertaking. I think there is some broader thinking to be done in global civil society, so the We Protect Global Alliance, for example, but also by international law enforcement, about what are the sorts of indicators that we can put in place that are cost effective, they're sustainable, but they can give us comparable data year on year so that we can start to measure rates of online offending activity very clearly, and ultimately to track whether or not our online prevention activities are working or not. At the moment, we all have the shared goal of reducing this level of victimisation, but it's quite hard to know whether what we're doing is effective or not if we don't have some kind of baseline data to work from.
So when do you think that that would happen?
Well, I mean, it's sadly not up to me. I think it's a much larger task than any one person could possibly undertake. I think it will take international cooperation and agreement on what constitutes a genuine or authentic benchmark, and then how do we start to put these in place. Just to give you an example, over the last 20 years, the rates of reports of child sexual abuse material to US authorities have increased by 50% every year, to the point now where US authorities receive tens of millions of reports every year. This is not necessarily because child sexual abuse material is more available, although that's part of the reason, but it's also because we have automated detection software that has actually driven these reports. So on the face of it, it looks as though child sexual abuse material has massively, exponentially increased over the last 20 years. And we have lots of reason to think it has increased. But the data to hand, we can't really tell the extent of the increase because we're simply better at detecting the illegal content that we have. So it's just an example of the ways in which the available data is somewhat misleading. And we need to think about how we can be more rigorous in our analysis.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
好，那我想要请教这个澳洲网络安全办公室的主任，特别他提到一个科技公司就是要促成一个系统性改变，好让。
If we want to have systematic change, we will need to have better assessment tools, and we need to place certain demands on high-tech companies. So my question is, when it comes to assessment tools, are high-tech companies getting on board? The second question is, if high-tech companies don't take these assessment tools into consideration when they design their products, will they be penalized? Will they have to shoulder certain responsibilities?
So I'll respond quickly, and Toby, you might want to jump in. No, I mean, technology companies are not legally obliged to implement, proactive detection software. Some choose to do that, but they're not obligated to do that. And I think there's questions about, more broadly, their lack of investment in research and development in order to more effectively detect illegal content and keep their services clean. My view is certainly here in Australia that the Australian community would expect the private sector to be held accountable when they fail to protect children, or where they repeatedly allow child sexual abuse material to be posted on their site. Now, at the moment, nationally or internationally, our ability to enforce that is very limited. And so international cooperation, I think these sorts of moments of international dialogue that we're having now is very important. in terms of developing a shared understanding. And I think organisations like ECPAT are very important as well in terms of bringing these issues to the attention of global civil society, so that we can start to articulate more strongly these issues to government and also to the community.
I think that the question is, what if, one of the questions was that, what if those tech companies do not want to comply? And
well, maybe I could just talk a bit about the compliance part of this, Bernard. Just thinking about the Australian legislation about to be, that will commence from early next year. One of the key parts of that legislation is what we're referring to as the Basic Online Safety Expectations, which is a legislative instrument which allows the Safety Commissioner the power to require transparency reporting from platforms and companies in relation to user safety issues. And we think that that's going to be a really effective way for us to create an evidence base of what companies are doing to address particular user safety concerns. So, for example, when it comes to encryption, what measures do companies have in place to mitigate the risk of encryption yielding further abuse of the platform to share child sexual abuse material, for example? The Basic Online Safety Expectations embody a lot of the safety by design principles that I was referring to in my presentation. And so through that process, we're very much hoping to create some of that evidence base that Michael was talking about. But of course, this is one jurisdiction, this is one agency in one jurisdiction, and what we face is a very dispersed international situation in relation to technology governance. And I think that's one of the things that we find quite difficult to navigate, is that there's no central authority to coordinate standards, to coordinate accountability in relation to the misuse of technologies for the purpose of distributing child abuse material. There really is very little policing, for example, of the domain registration system. One of the most commonly used domains for the purpose of hosting child abuse material is the .com domain, which is operated by VeriSign. We know that that is true through the IWF's reporting on this particular issue. So there is a very strong expectation for some of the kind of systemic drivers of change to be engaged, and that really needs to happen from ICANN right down through to the domain registrars. And there needs to be, and we're hoping to see this, a much greater degree of coordination between governments as well to create regulatory mechanisms to provide for a degree of coordination. That's what we're hoping to see in years to come.
And Tony, so far, how do you find those governments? Are they cooperative?
Look, we've had a lot of really positive engagement with the governments of the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, New Zealand, the Irish government. We've appeared at various government inquiries to look at the substance of the regulatory schemes that those jurisdictions are exploring. So there are a lot of really engaged, very concerned governments who are wanting to bring some version of online safety legislation forward. And then we see, there are governments that are doing a fantastic job as well of confronting head-on the kind of endemic issues that exist within their jurisdiction. So, for example, the Dutch government has come leaps and bounds in the last couple of years to tackle the fact that, unfortunately, the Netherlands is all too often a place where child abuse material is hosted. That displaces the problem to less well-regulated jurisdictions, but at least that change is happening. The challenge now has to be how we engage those governments at the margins, where their regulatory approach is less well developed than other nations.
Thank you. Thank you. Miss.
我这边有2个问题想要询问。
I have 2 questions. The first is for Australia. It was mentioned that in terms of a systematic evaluation, there's a couple of organizations or authorities or companies downloading. So do we have actual cases that are using those guidelines and actually follow the guidelines? And both the speakers mentioned that during COVID, lots of tech companies, due to understaffing, these companies are less responsive in terms of cases or reporting. So for both of the speakers, do you have any recommendations or any better solutions? Or can we say that this challenge is actually ongoing? Because in Taiwan, we are encountering a similar situation. So we're wondering if there's a better solution to address the less responsiveness of the tech companies.
And Toby?
Thanks, Bernard. Thanks for the question. I think we found during COVID that companies employed a range of measures, some of which were more effective than others. A lot of the moderation staff was sent home, and so platforms tended to rely on more automated, or appeared to rely on more automated means of detection, which, depending on how you calibrated those automated systems, either overcorrected or undercorrected. We saw some platforms overcorrect and others undercorrect, and on one platform in particular, we saw the platform was being routinely abused by people who were clearly setting up profiles for the purpose of sharing child sexual abuse material. And in doing that, they were creating profiles using images of known victims, images which had been in circulation, in some cases for decades, and weren't detecting that. And that caused us real concerns. So we found that in the data, in terms of the platforms represented in our complaints, that some were overrepresented. But we did find it quite effective, at least for some companies, to engage with those companies early on and share with them our findings. And we did see some shift in the way that they were calibrating their systems and their internal policies. So we found that open line of communication to be a reasonably effective one, depending on the company.
I would also suggest that, for some recalcitrant companies, I mean, I can say this, Toby can't, but that naming and shaming is ultimately the measure of last resort. That I think there are companies and services that only change their behaviour when they're publicly named as such. I think it's also worth recognising that in an environment where technology companies are not obligated to look for this material or take substantive action on it, one of the issues is that those companies that do take substantive action on it and do go looking for it tend to report figures that make them look really bad because they're reporting a lot of abuse activity on their service because they're looking for it. A company that doesn't go looking for it is not reporting it and then seems to have much less of a problem. And so that's the situation that we're in at the moment where, unfortunately, being a good actor and seeking to proactively protect children online, for some companies actually produces results. It's quite counterintuitive. And that's the situation that we're in simply because the regulatory environment is so uneven.
So Michael, are you saying that the companies, those tech companies, they have the inclination of not telling the truth?
I think that would be a good summary. I mean, ultimately, they have an interest in making money. Their business model depends very often on the frictionless uploading and circulation of user content that users want to view, and content regulation and moderation is expensive and not in their best interest. Very often, they only have legal obligations to remove illegal content if they know that it is on their service, and so they can make it very difficult for them to know that there's child sexual abuse material on their site because that actually reduces their legal obligations. And so when we look at an industry-wide shift to encryption, for example, end-to-end encryption, such that the service no longer knows what users are sharing, from a strictly legal point of view, this makes a certain amount of sense because it limits their liabilities when their users are engaging in illegal activity. And so unfortunately at the moment, I think the incentives, just the basic market incentives, are pushing in the wrong direction.
I was actually just wondering whether under Australian law there is any sort of a solution to deal with the companies' this misbehavior of providing misinformation or data.
Bernard, there's a requirement under the Australian Criminal Code for internet service providers and carriage service providers to notify the Australian Federal Police when they become aware of their service being used for the purpose of distributing child sexual abuse material. The same obligation doesn't apply to platforms yet. Maybe that's something the Australian government will tackle in future reform. It's hard to say. There's a lot of online regulation occurring in Australia at the moment with the Online Safety Act. There's been a new online privacy code proposed. And a couple of other bills have been put forward in the last 12 months. So I guess it's just a question of watching this space and seeing where the Australian government decides to head in terms of holding platforms accountable. If I could just make a quick comment in relation to what Michael was just saying about end-to-end encryption. I think one of the things that frustrates us at the Safety Commissioner is when companies justify the move to end-to-end encryption on the basis of user privacy and privileging that as the overriding goal of technology reform, without ever talking about the right to privacy of children whose images and videos are being distributed on platforms depicting the worst thing that has ever happened to them. And we want to see a much greater commitment shown to ensuring that the rights of children are represented in and visible in the rollout of new products and services. That should be the first set of concerns, and everything derives from there, in our opinion.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Toby. So I think it's almost time. So I think we can just take one more question, if there's any. Any question or comment? Well, if not, then thank you, Michael, Toby, and ladies and gentlemen. This is a very meaningful panel, and we exchange ideas, and especially we know how the Australians are doing things regarding the fighting on online child sexual exploitation. And also thanks to you, Yiling, for your detailed analysis on Taiwan's situation. And overall, I think we seem to have this conclusion is that because of the pandemic, the situation regarding the online child sexual exploitation seems to be getting from bad to worse, although we do not have a very sort of a conclusive remarks. And so I think we need to work harder, and more resources should be injected, and more collaboration between governments and NGOs. And so thank you all for joining the panel. Thank you, Toby. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bernard, and thanks, Yiling.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. 好了，我们会议就到此结束，谢谢。
Guests online, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation. We hope you have wonderful takeaway from the session. We will now break for lunch. Please follow our staff to the designated dining areas. The forum will resume at 13:30 for parallel sessions 6, 8, and 10. Please head to the location accordingly. Online guests will be able to find a link to parallel sessions 6, 8, and 10 on the forum homepage. Thank you. 各位女士、先生，感谢您的参与，希望您受益良多。现在是午餐时间，请跟随我们的工作人员到用餐区。平行场次6、8、10即将在下午1点30分开始，请依各平行场次前往对应的场地。线上参与的贵宾可以在论坛首页找到平行场次6、8、10的连结。谢谢。
session will start in 3 minutes. Please be seated. Turn your cell phone off or put in vibration mode, and keep your mask on at all times. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the parallel session 6 of the 2021 Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan. In this parallel session on mental health issue during the pandemic, hosted by the Department of Mental and Oral Health, MOHW, we have the honor to invite Dr. Mingbin Li, President of the Taiwanese Society of Suicidology, as our moderator for today. Please welcome Dr. Li.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our Director Lee Jong-chen from Department of Mental and Oral Health, Ministries of Health and Welfare, our distinguished speakers, Dr. Huang Zhizhou and Jiao Yu and Professor Igor Grinker in New York. Dear colleagues, it's really my great pleasure to have this opportunity to share these particular sections, focusing on mental health issues related to COVID-19 pandemic. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you here in person or online. Second, I would like to give thanks to Department of Mental and Oral Health, Ministries of Health and Welfare to organize such a special and wonderful section for us. As you may know, the mental health problems, particularly related to suicide, depression, and post-traumatic stress-related disorders, have attracted both health professionals and the general public. Today, we have 3 speakers. They will share with you the Taiwan experience and the international aspect in this area. So I believe with your effort and the discussion and the presentations, our symposiums will be very successful. So let's move to our first presentations. I'm pleased to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Frank Wang Zhizhou. He is currently the superintendent of Kaohsiung Kaixuan Psychiatric Hospital, and he is also the conjunct professor of Meher University. Dr. Zhou, other names, the general psychiatry. He specialized in community psychiatry, particularly in depression and suicide prevention, such as disaster medicine. Also, he specialized in psychiatry epidemiology and forensic psychiatry. He got his PhD degrees from the Institute of Public Health at National Yanming University. He specialized in disaster medicine and devoted himself in the disaster medicine area for many years, since the 9/21 earthquake. So I believe he will give us a very informative speech. His title will be covered Taiwan Mental Health Survey and the Copy Strategy During Pandemic in Taiwan. Please give a big hand to welcome Dr. Zhou to give a speech. Dr. Zhou, please.
Thank you, Professor Lee's introduction. I'm very pleased to present this topic. At the beginning, I prepare my slides about 60 minutes speech. However, I just 20 minutes to present our scientific findings. So I cut off my slides from 100 down to 46 slides. I hope I can present 46 slides within 20 minutes. Okay. What happened? Okay. As we knew, disasters include natural, man-made, and biological disasters. As we knew, the biological disasters may be man-made, may be natural. So we call biological disasters as independent disasters. Disasters that have changed people's pattern of thinking and the concept of security among members of community, which highlight the importance of disaster psychiatry. The key points of disaster psychiatry, including evaluation, both the short-term intervention and the long-term follow-up. Another, we need mental rehabilitation for our vulnerable population, including the survivors and the affected population. If we found a case, we should refer this case to regular psychiatric treatment. Definition of disasters, as this slide showed. So, what is biological disaster? Biological disasters are natural scenarios involving disease, disability, or death on a large amount of humans, animals, and plants due to microorganisms like bacteria or virus or toxin. As we knew, the epidemiology, including the epidemic or pandemic, like SARS, maybe it belongs to epidemic. However, COVID-19 impact is belong to pandemic. It's because almost confirmed cases until now over 2 billion people are affected. So in Taiwan, more and more disasters, as we knew, the natural disasters, including Gigi earthquake and the Monarch flood. Man-made disasters, in recent days, we can find the Chen Zhongcheng building firing. And the famous, international famous disasters is 9/11 terrorist attack. Biological disasters, we can find there are two famous disasters are SARS and COVID-19. And small and major disasters that impact Taiwan in recent 20 more years. We can see it from 1999, Gigi earthquake in Nantou, 2003, the SARS, Monarch, 2009. And there are several airway crashed. We also knew the gas explosion in Kaohsiung and the 2009 the Typhoon Monarch. Color dust explosion, and maybe I think it is another man-made disaster. And the Melon earthquake. Recently, COVID-19 impacted us until now. About 18 years ago, the SARS attacked all Taiwan, including Hong Kong and mainland China. And we knew SARS impacted all the Taiwan, and our environment has changed. Curative this experience, we published many scientific papers. We also published books and translate and disaster psychiatry published by APA. So we have domestic experience. We also get international experience from these books. We also published with our courage, like this slide. Because when disasters happened, there are many persons has been impacted. So we need survey their psychological status. So we published the DRPST to rapid screen and their psychological status. If they have need psychiatric service, we will refer to psychologist or psychiatrist. And summarize the Gigi earthquake experience, and we can find the prevalence of PTSD around 8% to 10% within 2 years. However, it will down to around 4% after 3 years ago. However, suicide tendency were up to 7%. Another drug abuse or dependence will increase. So we knew that when people suffer the disasters or traumatic events, they will be higher prevalence of psychiatric disease or symptoms, named general population. So the psychological status of an individual is dynamic. For example, some people mental status will be known. However, when they have minor stress, and their mental status may be psychiatric impairment or emotional lability. However, if they have major psychosocial stress like COVID-19, the impact like earthquake, some people mental status will be a prominent impairment. Firstborn, they will get a psychiatric disease like PTSD or major depression. However, most people mental status will recover within 3 months. A few people have PTSD or major depression will persist longer. And these people belong to our service population. So our service team should serve this population for longer. So their mental status need examination regularly. And this slide shows the common psychiatric disease after disaster, including acute stress reaction, PTSD, major depression, sleep disorder. When this reaction or these symptoms persist longer, it may be developed to PTSD, major depression, panic disorder, or other psychiatric disease. This slide is my idea from the beginning. Our psychiatry service is hospital-based community psychiatry, including when psychotic patients, inpatients, discharge, it will be continued to be served as Harvey House, community rehabilitation center, or shelter, or they may be referred to shelter plan or war shelter. Maybe they refuse to call our OPD, so we will reach their home to visit their psychiatric status and encourage them to keep drug adherence. However, in the mountain psychiatry, as we knew, there are many fields, including domestic and sexual assault prevention, including suicide and depression prevention, and substance abuse, and specific population mental health promotion. And we need psychoeducate our people as to promote their mental health. And the rest, disaster psychiatry and counseling and the treatment of traumatic psychiatry is also one of mountain community psychiatry. In Taiwan, we have two famous biological disasters. One is SARS, and other is COVID-19. In the last year, we can see we need to wear mask in the last year, but almost voluntary. However, in this year is forcible. In the last year, informal survey, we can see the anxiety symptoms, 52%. First surveyed, and there are higher, including 55.8% have sleep disturbance. Another important issue, the domestic violence. Our domestic violence report increased 5% up to 30%. So most people stay in their home, and the conflict of family is increased. National mental health strategies in the last year, we can see the our officer, Chen Shizhong, and our Shen Lizhong市长, and we can see we have screen and the variable populations book. We also the psychoeducation and the highlight promotion. Because we have many various, so we provide 10 languages for health information. This year, COVID-19 impact in this May. So the overall severe illness rate was around 20%. Vaccination has evolved from that of interest to vaccination effectively. So 1925 highlight in the number of calls increased. And our medical law reduction on May 6th and increased dedicated words and base. And from the past experience, the theory of mental rehabilitation, as we knew, the reconstruction of life after disaster can be a challenging process. Mental rehabilitation is a part of life reconstruction and requires a planned, comprehensive approach. Mental rehabilitation is not only important as a short-term intervention, but also as a long-term follow-up mechanism. So we applied the Hopeful's conservation of resource model. According to Hopeful's COR stress theory, resource loss is an important determinant of individual stresses, physical and mental health, vulnerability to developing PTSD. How to give resources from external help and promote victims, as we say, empower. Brevin et al. Found that although the effective size of all risk factors were modest, factors operative during or after the trauma, such as trauma severity, that of social support, and the additional life stress has somewhat stronger effects than did pre-trauma factors. As this slide, we can see this first. When these patients have some underlying events or defect, when they growing elder, they suffer many psychosocial events. So if they have suddenly the psychosocial events, they will get sick, like PTSD. Sometimes they will suicide. So In this slide showed when some patients have major stressful events, accumulation of risk factors, when they have decreasing availability of resources, they will get delays. So we conduct a large plan. This large plan, at the beginning, we invite the medical center and general hospital and our hospital, a large psychiatric hospital, and to survey our staff, our community residents, and our institutionalized patients. We estimate 2,500 interviews. This slide is one of screen tours. So 1 year passed, we published 10 more scientific papers. Most belong to SCI papers. Because of time limit, I just show this slide to present our research outcome. As we knew, patients have the higher prevalence of depression and PTSD, and the community resident has the lowest lower depression with the comparison of institutionalized patients. However, PTSD likely the symptoms are higher in this population. So there are 14% up to 22%. Okay, the last, because this experience, we conduct we developed telemedicine, and this is our platform. Because of time limit, I did not translate this language into English. However, as you knew, this platform is offer our patients or community residents, if they need to be consulted, we can visit them online. Another, we also developed online screen. This is our construct online screen, including the 3 diseases. One is insomnia. Second is depression. Third, dementia. We try to develop this disease surveyed for future service. If they surveyed some problem, we encourage them to receive the in advance the survey, like this slide. Okay, if they have some problems, we also offer psychoeducation by our nurses, our psychiatrists, to survey them by telephone. Okay, we also promote them mental health promotion. As we knew, health, the important elements of health, including good sunlight, good water, a good environment, and a good temperature. However, except these elements, we need to promote them, including lifestyle modification, early to go to bed and early to wake up, and adequate nutrition and adequate recreation. So we have offered psychoeducation like this. Another, we need emotional control and cognitive remediation for them. And we encourage everyone to be exercise regularly. Exercise is good for health as well as mental health. And increase the problem-solving ability is good for their residents, because the people have good residents. They will decrease the psychiatric disease in the future if they facing another major life events. Let me introduce you our hospital. This is the old building, and in recently we have remodeling our hospital. So welcome to visit our hospital in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zhou, for giving us such a wonderful and informative speech to share with us the mental health survey data and the integrative models of the copy strategies in Taiwan. I'd also like to take this opportunity to give congratulations on Professor Zhou's great success in the contributions and research in the disaster medicine area. Please leave the questions and comments to the panel discussions, okay? Yeah, let's move to our next topic. Our next speaker is Dr. Jia Jenny Wu. She is currently the Associate Professor of the School of Nursing, National Taiwan University College of Medicine. She is also served the board of directors and the vice CEO of Taiwanese Society of Suicidology and the National Taiwan Suicide Prevention Center. It's quite impressive to me that Dr. Wu can integrate the depression and the suicide into her clinical service, education, and research. Dr. Wu received her PhD degree in psychiatry epidemiology in Institute of Psychiatry in King's College in London, in UK. So I believe she will give us a very important experience and the data from our nationwide survey. Please give a big hand to welcome Dr. Wu, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Professor Lee, for your introduction. I think on behalf of the Taiwanese Society of Suicidology and Taiwan Suicide Prevention Center, also called the TSPC, I'm honored to be here to talk about mental health and suicidality among the general public in Taiwan during the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. My name is Jia Wu. You may also call me Jenny. I'm currently working as a nursing faculty in National Taiwan University. Also the Vice CEO in TSPC and the board directors of 3 professional associations. I think I will skip the rest of my introduction since Professor Lee has also done the most of my introduction. So today, I'm going to share about the development in the TSPC, also the Taiwan Suicide Prevention Center, which is a national project directed by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. My topic will start with the Association of Mental Health and Suicidality and current development of the TSPC. Then I'm going to talk about the survey findings directed by the TSPC in May and July this year, and also last year. So first of all, in the first topic, the graph shows the continuum and associations of mental health and mental disorders. The mental health status of an individual can be regarded as in any position of the 4 quadrants, as you can see in this graph. The most ideal condition is that a person has both good mental health, promoted behaviors, and a lack of mental disorders. However, when someone who has a mental disorder does not follow mental health promotion skills, he or she may be in the 3rd quadrant, which indicates different management strategies. In this slide, we know that mental health can be defined as including a variety of concepts, such as mental health literacy, perceptions, emotions, behavior, cognitive and social skills, among others. These concepts reflected a person's adaptation or performance in their daily lives. Under COVID-19, the constraint from social isolation and limited social support may affect quality of life and certain occupational or academic performance, such as school activities. The most severe form of mental health problems would be suicidal behavior. From this suicidal process, as shown in this graph, it shows that suicide risk is accumulated across time. If management or treatment of mental health problems are not engaged with the person, the suicidal crisis might occur. Under COVID-19, the multiple stressors in vulnerable populations might increase their inappropriate coping through self-harm and even repeated self-harm. But the focus on COVID-19 precautions may deter the act of suicidal behavior. The suicide rates under COVID-19 in the year of 2020 significantly decreased by around 7% compared to the previous year. The longitudinal trend of suicide rates is decreasing by nearly 25% since the development of Taiwan Suicide Prevention Center in 2005. The standardized suicide rate shown in green line was 11.8 per 100,000 in 2020 under COVID-19 pandemic, which was ranked in the middle range of suicide rate in the world. Under these circumstances, that the global suicide rate has been decreasing by 36% in the past 2 decades. WHO has developed guidance to help the world reach the target of reducing suicide rate by 1/3 before the year 2030. So we are still moving on to that target. So as you can see, the suicide rate decreased from during the pandemic, down to 15.5 in the gross suicide rate. And next, regarding suicide rates by age across over the past 2 decades in Taiwan, this graph shows that higher rate of suicide was related to elder age. So the highest suicide rate is in the old age population over 65 years old, as shown in blue line. It is obvious that suicide population over 25 years old has been decreasing generally. However, the trend of suicide among the adolescent and young adults aged 15 to 24 went up to 9.1 per 100,000 and reached the highest point of suicide ever in 2019 in this group. This shows the critical role of suicide prevention strategies for the young population. Yeah, you can see the trend and the comparison of the trend. So in Taiwan, we have adopted the 3-tiered suicide prevention strategy since 2005. The indicated suicide strategy targets at the highest risk of suicide attempters or survivors. Selective strategy targets at specific high-risk populations such as vulnerable students with depression. Last but not the least, universal strategy focuses on mental health promotion and suicide education toward the general public of all ages. Furthermore, the national strategy integrates both the public health system and the suicide prevention program across the island. The public health system, including medical and psychiatric service networks, community health resources, and the suicide-related policies such as suicide attempters, aftercare, referrals, and gatekeeper training. Taiwan government has also passed the Suicide Prevention Act in 2019, which has strengthened the integration of government policy and proactive implementation of related strategies. The basic principle of suicide prevention focuses on caring and respect in the suicide prevention framework. In the indicated prevention strategy, the National Suicide Surveillance System, or the so-called NSSS, was launched in 2006. The system allocates suicide case managers in local health bureau to collect suicide attempters' baseline data and to provide aftercare services with resource referrals. Suicide prevention also relies on the healthcare and public health system in Taiwan. Given the nearly 100% registration of the national health insurance, medical and psychiatric services are affordable and accessible by all the people, and the community health centers or local health authorities and the psychiatric clinics or the outreach services also provide critical support for suicide attempters. Let's move on to some of the mental health and suicidality under the COVID-19 pandemic. So as you can see, the risk can be divided broadly into individual or social level. As you can see, the individual level including several risk factors like the fear, uncertainty, anxiety, depression, and so on. And the social level included risks of family violence or economic loss, and also the marginalized persons like the high-risk family or the vulnerable individuals. So in 2020, under the pandemic, the TSPC launched the yearly national survey toward mental health and suicidality using the computer-assisted telephone interview, or the CATI method. We recruited the national representative sampling based on the geographical area and the population proportionate in Taiwan. The result indicated that COVID-19 did not increase the rate of past month suicide ideation among the general public. So although it's just 1%, about 1%, however, the estimation of the affected numbers of the general public is about 230,000 people in the public. So let's move on to the trend of mental distress severity in the general public. This graph actually shows the 5 items of the so-called BSRS-5. This is a short mental distress assessment. Its full name is Brief Symptom Rating Scale. And as we can see, the trend from the year 2006 up till last year, it's actually decreasing. So for each symptoms in the mental distress, including insomnia, anxiety, irritability, or depression, or even inferiority, all of the percentage are dropping down to about 15 to 20%. Also, in the young population, the survey, we analyzed in the survey about the young people and their suicide attempt rates. And this graph shows as you can see, the highest number is in the attempters age between 15 to 24. So during COVID-19, actually the young people had the highest and even increasing numbers in suicide attempts. Also, in gender difference, the findings show that the monthly suicide attempt numbers during the beginning stage of the outbreak in last year, between January to February, were not increased dramatically. So it's in the beginning of the COVID-19. Actually, it's even somehow decreased, and the trend up till June, also in the first half year of the COVID-19, actually the rate of suicide numbers, suicide attempters, remain stable. So we try to compare all the stressors between the 2 years, and we found that all the stressor percentage remained except for work, life, and family interpersonal problems. So between their comparison, we found that actually the percentage is quite similar. And work and life concerns were the most common stress. We further used the BSRS-5 to calculate the mental distress population. And we found that during COVID-19, the BSRS over 6 points of score, which represent the people with minor to severe mental distress, was around 6%. Again, although the number is not high, but since it's a representative sampling, so if we estimate the number of people who have mental distress, no matter minor or severe, is about over 1 million in Taiwan. So the trend was relatively stable. The trend was relatively stable during COVID-19 across the 2 years. However, you can see those with suicide ideation or those with those who were divorced or widowed had a relatively higher numbers of suicide, of mental distress. And regarding the recent stress in 1 month, we can tell that 30% of those under health self-management had work or economic problems or daily life issues. Around 60% of those with mental distress suffer from work or economic problems, daily life issues, or mental health problems. And about a half of the population had family or interpersonal issues or physical concerns. This shows that under COVID-19, actually, the general stressors across different aspects still affect the general public. Also, in the survey, we try to assess the past 2-week impact of the pandemic in terms of the anxious the symptoms related to anxiety or mental distress. And we found that 20% try not to talk about the COVID-19. They felt more watchful or on ground, or thinking about the pandemic when they didn't mean to, which means they are more alert or even more watchful to the environment. And those with health self-management or mental distress performed higher percentage in almost all the items of IES 6. Or the meaning that if someone has the mental distress at the level over mild to severe levels, they actually had the significantly higher numbers of anxiety symptoms. So putting together all the informations above, we found that during the 2 years, the perceptions of stressors were somewhat different. However, the mental distress symptoms we found in this year's survey, 20% to 30% feeling watchful on ground, thinking about the pandemic, or try not to think about, it's a high rate, nearly one-third, or 1 in 5 had this kind of anxiety symptoms. And also, anxiety symptoms were doubled compared to the public for those with mental distress. And around 6% of the respondents were under mental distress, in which insomnia had a very high number. It's about 1 in 4 have sleep problems, and irritability, 1 in 5. Anxiety, nearly 1 in 5 were the most prevalent symptoms. So in conclusion, our government tried to still perform the national policy, as I mentioned before, in Taiwan under the COVID-19 pandemic. And these policies include to identify the nationwide psychological impact and also disseminate the 5 tips of self-help for mental health care to the public. Also, the government tried very hard to promote the mental health hotline called the 1925. Also, we try to enhance the mental health literacy, education, and help-seeking behavior for all the public. So I think the suicide prevention strategies under COVID-19, according to our experience in Taiwan, include to prevent economic impact for the distressed or marginalized population in the near future. Particularly in response to the delayed suicide rate, we need to put more emphasis on early awareness, detection, and proactive actions to prevent mental distress from progression into severe psychiatric symptoms. And also finally, brief intervention may be beneficial for early prevention of suicide risks. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for giving us a thorough, informative speech to cover the mental health issues and the suicidality in the general public. So please leave a question to the panel discussion. Now, let's move to our last but not least speech. I'm honored to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Igor Garinkers. Professor Igors is an international well-known professor in the areas of suicidology. Currently, he is professor of psychiatry at Icahn School of Medicine, Mount Sinai. He is also working with the Mount Sinai, but Israeli General Hospitals in several major appointments, such as Director of Suicide Research and Prevention Laboratory, and also the Directors of the Suicide Research in the Department of Psychiatry. Particularly, Dr. Igor is also the Director of Garnicus Family Centers for Bipolar Disorders. It's very important to mention that Professor Eagles devoted himself many years to develop the concept of the suicide crisis syndromes. Is very important for us for the future plannings of the suicide prevention strategy. And he also going to share with us about his recent very important job to integrate the multi-center, multi-country international studies on the emotional distress during the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe his speech very, very be inspiring for us. Please give a big hand to welcome Dr. Igor Geringer, please. Dr. Igor, are you with us? Are you online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Sure, very clearly. Thank you. Excellent.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. Let me try to share my screen and see if that works. Can you see this? Okay, please somebody say yes, so I know that.
Yes, we can.
So, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this fascinating conference. And it's an honor to be here, and also an honor to collaborate with Taiwan in the international study that was just mentioned. And I'm going to talk a little bit about it during this presentation. So let me first start with my disclosures, and then I'll try to keep more or less on time. So the work that I'm going to be talking about was supported by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention and by National Institute of Mental Health. And I have no conflicts to report. No activities, no travel funds. I'm not consultant for anyone, and no conflicts. The work that I'm about to present, of course, is work of many people, and currently these are the ones that are working in the Suicide Research and Prevention Laboratory. And critically, there's a lot of volunteer research assistants, including actually some from Asia and all over the world. So initially, I'm going to talk about what's happening in the United States. So I started working on suicide prevention in 2010, a little bit earlier than that. And this slide is a reminder how long I've been giving this talk and how steadily the suicide numbers were growing in the United States. In fact, the increase was relentless until 2018. And as somebody just mentioned, in 2017, the increase was most dramatic. There was 10% increase in 1 year and 10 to 24-year-olds and 50% increase in 10 to 14-year-olds. In 2019 and 2020, when the epidemic started, the numbers went down. And I actually have some thoughts why. One is the possible efforts on suicide prevention. But the other is fight-or-flight responses that we all have, and were mobilized and are mobilized during calamities and natural disasters, which COVID is. So there are two issues that we have with suicide prevention in the United States, okay, and probably everywhere in the world. First, we think that we know who are in danger of dying by suicide. Most people that we see in emergency rooms are individuals with mental disorder, and it's a 30-fold increased risk for suicidal behavior and past suicide attempts. Again, odds ratio is 30. However, 50% of people who die by suicide do not have a diagnosable mental illness and are never seen in psychiatric emergency room or by mental health providers. And the second issue is that even among those who we know at a long-term risk for suicide, we don't know when, because no high-risk classification of imminent risk is currently useful. And 75% of people who die by suicide do not report suicidal ideation in the United States to anyone. So by focusing on suicidal ideation as and the focus of suicide risk assessment, we miss 75% of people. So this is my personal record as a clinician, because I'm 50% clinician, 50% researcher all my life. With suicide prevention, I've seen and assessed probably 32,000 people. Of those, 10,000 were suicidal. 3 of those died by suicide while in my care, and 9 died by suicide within the months after leaving my care for one reason or another. Now, when I was thinking of how to construct the program, because we were starting from scratch, and the program was about defining imminent suicide risk, a couple of things occurred to me, and one of them was really that at the time, there was no syndromic description of suicidal mental state, which is the most lethal psychiatric condition. And in Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, suicidal behavior is a footnote to depression. Nevertheless, most people, and a lot of people who die by suicide, do not have acute depression. And some people who die by suicide, again, many of those do not even have a psychiatric diagnosis. So that necessitates that we needed to look for the description of suicidal mental state, and this is what we started doing about 10 years ago. For that, we eventually came up with a narrative crisis model of suicidal behavior, which, as you'll see at the end, is essentially a clinical model that is guide to action. So, in fact, as I was just listening to the previous talk, corresponds to some degree to Taiwan prevention strategy. It's a 3-step model. So there are chronic long-term factors which are always there, more or less, and they confer chronic lifelong suicide risk. And we all know what they are. One of them is history, and this is something that we use, but it's a very minor point. There's also impulsivity, that's also a minor point. There's probably 3 factors that are the most weighty in terms of long-term risk: hopelessness, pessimism, perfectionism, and fearlessness. And the only protective factor that works empirically and supported by evidence is cultural objections and moral objections to suicide. When people like this, meaning with long-term risk factors, encounter stressful life events in life, they develop what we call suicidal narrative. And it's a cognitive picture of life, of their own life. There is a theory which is called life narrative theory that has the narrative identities theory that theorizes that all of us live with a life narrative. And it's our life story, where we came from, what we did, how we got to where we are right now, and the future is. And suicidal narrative is such a story that does not have a future. And the story is actually quite typical. This is somebody with perfectionism who creates unrealistic life goals, be it career, be it personal goals. That can be making $1 million by the age of 16, having a perfect marriage, life goal and schedule. And usually these goals are somewhat unrealistic, but they entitle the person who has them for happiness, and only these goals would make him happy. The failure to, usually people, and very often people fail to achieve these goals because of the perfectionism. These goals are unreachable. And when they start failing in achieving those goals, these people cannot redirect. They cannot give up their unrealistic goals and redirect to something doable, like somebody who plans to go to medical school and be a doctor cannot turn to being a nurse. Somebody who's a professor cannot be a teacher. etc. That is perceived as humiliating personal social defeat that people are deeply embarrassed about and develop safe hatred. And they perceive themselves as burden on other people. They cannot talk to other people and they feel like they don't belong. And they cannot imagine a future that is acceptable to them. So this life story is a suicidal narrative. When people, this is subacute state, okay, which lasts weeks, days and weeks, sometimes months. Now, in this state, people can develop a suicidal narrative. I'm sorry, suicidal crisis. Suicide crisis syndrome is an acute suicidal mental state, and I'm going to go through criteria in a second. It's under consideration in DSM for inclusion into as a suicide-specific diagnosis, and it's an acute condition that lasts minutes, hours. And when people are in this condition, they may attempt suicide and die by suicide. So as you see, that's a pretty simple three-step theory, and which one can argue, now that I've heard, could correspond to your national strategy, but I also have some other thoughts about how to target these symptoms. So this model, there are other models of suicidal behavior, particularly motivational, volitional model and stress diathesis model, that explain mental processes that make suicide possible. The difference between those models and this narrative crisis model, that it's a clinical model and a guide to action. It differs from others that it distinguishes between long-term and short-term risk factors. It does not include suicidal ideation as a risk factor. This is critical. There is no suicidal ideation in the model. It's not because it doesn't exist. It's because it's unreliable, and some people die by suicide without ever having suicidal ideation. Onset of conscious suicidal ideation can happen minutes before suicide attempt or never, and many suicidal ideation do not disclose their suicidal ideation to clinicians. It describes suicidal crisis syndrome, and it includes and relies on suicidal narrative. So suicide crisis syndrome is a distinct phenotype. It's an acute syndrome. It's very short-lived. And on the left, you see distribution of suicide crisis syndrome intensity at admission to acute psychiatric unit. And on the right, you see the same distribution in the same group at discharge. And you can see that the curve shifted dramatically from fairly high numbers to low numbers because the syndrome resolved over 5-day hospital stay on average. By comparison, this is anxiety trait in the same people, and as you see, the curve is the same, no change. And this is state anxiety. There is a slight change in the curve, but it's much less acute than suicide crisis syndrome, which is actually closer to a panic attack than it is to anxiety. So these are the proposed criteria, which are now currently under consideration. That now has been empirically supported by multiple studies in multiple settings. Most recent ones I just heard in the ISR conference last week in Israel in adolescents and in Slovenia in adolescents, and they're predictive of imminent suicidal behavior within weeks or a week. There are two criteria. There is one criterion A, which is frantic hopelessness or entrapment. The patient presents with a problem that they perceive as intolerable and unsolvable, and they reach a dead end and they feel trapped. And there are 4 associated disturbances. One is affective disturbance, affective discontrol, manifested by emotional pain, rapid spikes in negative emotions, extreme anxiety, acute anhedonia. There is loss of cognitive control, which is at its extreme feeling that you're controlled by your thoughts, and with somatic symptoms like a headache, head pressure, and sometimes the feeling that your head can explode. Over-arousal, agitation, hypervigilance, irritability, and insomnia, and social withdrawal from friends and evasive communication with those friends. no suicidal ideation, again, in the syndrome. It may or may not be present. So it's a stable construct. We now did network analysis twice on 2 different samples, and it works very well. For some reason, the rigidity does not quite fit in thinking, but it's probably due to the instrument, because all the items are reverse scores. And these are what circles are is the 5 syndromes that I just described to you, subsyndromes, and basically the results are similar in the second one. This is an interesting machine learning analysis of how the suicide crisis inventory is predictive of suicidal behavior. What you see here is ranking of individual questions and items and suicidal ideation, which is not part of the syndrome, predicting suicidal behavior within the months. The number 2 item where arrow is pointing out is an item that describes unusual somatic sensations and strange feelings in your body. It's the most predictive item of all of the suicide crisis syndrome. The first item is intake suicidal ideation. As you see, it's about the same. And adding this item, as well as chronic suicidal ideation, which is right down here, it is, lifetime suicidal ideation, improves predictive validity of the model by 1%. So suicidal ideation may be contributing, and it's not 0, but certainly not decisive. So this is the instrument for diagnosing suicide crisis syndrome. It's called Suicide Crisis Syndrome Checklist, SCSC, which is available for download in our lab's website. And has been now translated into about probably 10-15 languages, and used in several countries, and I'll describe how. So the talk is about suicide crisis syndrome in the community, so I'll describe 2 problems and how suicide crisis syndrome can help. And then we'll talk about the model, how to use it for suicide prevention. So International Suicide Prevention Assessment Research for COVID, ISPARC, the ISPARC study that we're conducting right now. It's a web-based anonymous study, which is convenience sample of both high-risk and community participants. It's now in 14 countries and 4 continents, including Taiwan, and it had the following hypothesis: that the suicide crisis syndrome will be prevalent with or without suicidal ideation, that the suicide crisis syndrome will result in self-referrals from mental health services, that it will result in self-referrals with suicide prevention services, and that stressful life events will correlate with suicide crisis syndrome and as opposed to suicidal ideation, and that suicide crisis syndrome scores on SCI would be higher for personal internal entrapment and would be unrelated to external entrapment, which is objective events related to COVID. So this is the study flowchart. We can send people online. It starts with demographics, then COVID-related changes, stressful life events, suicide crisis syndrome inventory, CSSRS inventory, in abbreviated suicidal narrative, inventory, and then treatment utilization. As you can see, it's pretty long scale. It's about 40 minutes. And about half of the people overall started but don't finish it. So this is from about, I think, 3 weeks now, 3 weeks back. This is the current status of the study. As 36,000 people were interested and 16,000 people completed, including 4,000 in Taiwan. Where is Taiwan? Here. Close to 5,000, although Taiwan is not part of the current analysis. So this is suicide crisis syndrome prevalence across the countries. And you see on the right, it ranges from 3% to 4% to 13%. This slide does not have an analysis in relationship to the prevalence to the COVID, to COVID waves and lockdowns. And they're different in different countries, and that's why maybe one of the reasons that we have different prevalences. and they're lower by a factor of 3 compared to suicidal ideation, which is a quarter of 25% of people that's in the United States. So this is really interesting slide and very impactful. So what you see in yellow is the relationship between stressful life events and suicide crisis syndrome and suicidal ideation. Look, on yellow you have confidence intervals, and the correlation coefficients of B 0.46 for suicide crisis syndrome and 0.18 for suicidal ideation, and there is no overlap between confidence intervals. And the difference in strength of the association is about 3-fold with suicide crisis syndrome and as opposed to suicidal ideation, and the relationship with suicide crisis syndrome is universal in every single country. And in every single country, it exceeds that of suicidal ideation, which in half of the countries is insignificant. So which symptoms are related? Which stressful life events are related? So first of all, this is like a graphic representation of what you just saw in the table, that past week stressful life events. This is association, and as you see, it is pretty high with SCS. It's lower with suicidal ideation, and the highest association with both people who have suicidal ideation, suicide crisis syndrome. And with regard to which stressful life events were related, and it was actually internal stressful life events, which are relationships, as again your data, and also threats to role identity, but not threats to internal harm or threats to personal safety, which would be related to lockdowns. What's also fascinating, and this is from the same study, that even those who have neither suicide crisis syndrome nor suicidal ideation want to seek mental health and suicide prevention resources. And suicidal ideation only slightly higher, suicide crisis syndrome even higher, and both suicide crisis syndrome, suicidal ideation is high. So because we're running late, I'm going to skip the Norway study, which is here. And it's the only study that predicts suicide, completed suicide within 1 week, and it's acute state. It is predictive, not suicidal ideation with suicide attempt, which may predict later on. And let me give you the short North Shore data, which implemented abbreviated form of suicide crisis checklist and implemented alongside with suicidal ideation Columbia scale. And on the left, you see concordance of clinicians' decision-making with a CS diagnosis. On the right, concordance with SI. And as you see that clinicians overwhelmingly use suicide crisis syndrome for decision-making to admit versus discharge compared to suicidal ideation. And it's the suicide crisis syndrome which was related to future suicidal indices. So coming to the end of my talk, and back to the narrative crisis model, is there support for experimental support for this model? And we actually had several studies now, 3, and are giving support, and this is one of them. This is a prospective study where the data was obtained at 3 time points: admission, discharge, and 1 month's follow-up. And this is trait vulnerability, long-term events, suicidal narrative, suicidal crisis, and suicidal behavior. And so this actually gives you the sequence. And the model was supported with overall R of 13, R square of 13, which is very high for the model of this complexity. And the sequence of long-term factors, suicidal narrative, suicidal crisis, suicidal behavior, was also supported. So given now that we know that the model works, okay, how can we use it in suicide prevention? And this article is completed. We're about to submit it, and it's a model for suicide prevention. comprehensive suicide prevention. So the first, the model works backwards from acute, meaning from right to left, from acute to long-term. So the first issue when we have somebody who is acutely suicidal is means restriction, because you want to take the gun out of somebody's hands when they're about to shoot themselves, or take them off the bridge when they're about to jump. Now, the next step is to treat suicide crisis syndrome. And it's a medical symptom with hypothesized clear neurobiology. And there are current treatments which would be available, and the clinical trials need to be conducted to see if they are available. Because in our experience, but that needs to be supported by experimental research, you cannot do psychotherapy or any kind of suicide prevention that involves discussions unless somebody, when somebody is in acute straits, in having the syndrome. It needs to be treated first. And it may take hours or a couple of days. After that, you can actually employ treatments like TAMS or ACID or cognitive behavioral therapy to try to restructure the suicidal narrative, which is a subacute syndrome. Once that is accomplished, or simultaneously, you can teach stress management techniques such as DBT, and then you can use long-term therapy and other methods to deal with long-term risk factors. So the model is to be tested, but it is the first model, I think, that provides a clinical guide for decision-making and action when you work with people who are suicidal. So in conclusion, we have new suicide-specific diagnosis, suicide crisis syndrome. It is replicated in diverse cultural settings and clinical settings and cultures. Narrative crisis model is supported. And this is not part of this talk, so I'm going to skip it. And the narrative interview, as opposed to checklist, is critical in the assessment, because otherwise you're going to miss the narrative, which is also impressive part, and also clinicians' emotional responses to psychiatric patients, which are not part of this talk, but also critical. So thank you for your attention. A lot of it in the first edition of Suicidal Crisis book from 2017. The second edition is written but not yet submitted. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ergo, for giving us such an inspiring speech and give us a new insight for the suicide prevention strategy in the futures. I'm sorry to say, because of the time limit, but I need to ask your permission. So if we have 5 more minutes for discussion, I believe today's conference is just an initiation for our future collaboration through different or anywhere. So don't worry about that. Yeah. So may I ask a question or comments from the floor for our 3 speakers, particularly for Professor Igor. He's in difficult times. Right now it's about 5:50 in early morning in New York. Okay. May I ask our speakers to sit in front of this? Yeah. Any questions? I think you can speak the questions in Chinese, and our specialist will translate to the English to Professor Igor immediately, please. 有没有问题?
Any questions? I would like to thank all the speakers and experts for your kind presentations. I have a question regarding whether it's COVID-19 or disaster-related mental stress. It's usually short-term and acute. Comparing with congenital or acquired mental disorders. Regarding intervention, treatment, or follow-up, as well as the recovery, is there any difference between the two? If I may raise the question. My second question is for Dr. Igor. We know that a lot of issues related to suicides are quite complicated, and they are complex issues. So I'm wondering, in terms of the complexity, is it possible to have a solution to address resource integration so that we can come up with a comprehensive intervention approach to manage suicidal intent? Do we have a comprehensive approach for that?
Again,
please.
May I answer?
Sure. Two questions. The first one is about post-traumatic distress, probably that's transient or forever. So what's the treatment program? But the second question is focusing on your talk. Yeah, our audience would like to know, is there any model, special model to integrate so many complex suicide risk factors in treatments or in diagnosis? Please, Professor Igor.
To my knowledge, there is none at the moment. It is a complex phenomenon. The suicide narrative crisis model actually involves a provision, which was not on this chart, of two pathways to suicide. One of them is crisis-driven, and it's more related to effectiveness control. And suicide crisis syndrome, which can be 15 minutes of duration. And the other one is narrative-driven, which is more like premeditated suicide. So at least that level of complexity is addressed by the model. Nobody minimizes the issue of the complexity of the suicide. For instance, the data that was presented by the previous speaker on increase of suicide rates and ideation in adolescents and children mimics the same data in the United States. In fact, the suicide rate for girls for the first time exceeded that for boys in the last year, for the first time ever. And the trend is actually contradicts the trends in the adult population, which is a decrease in suicide. So the reasons for that, we can speculate what they may be. Speaking about the complexity, I would just indicate that there is a triple risk that has been actually proved by research to young girls. And it is specifically any screen time is associated with increased suicide risk, and girls versus boys higher. Specifically, social media time, screen time, on top of that is increased with suicide risk for girls over boys. And finally, cyberbullying in social media is much more harmful to girls than boys. So this is a kind of triple threat in a way. So let me stop here. It's a complicated question, of course.
Good. Thank you very much for your kind comment and response. Yeah, in several minutes, may I ask our another two speakers to just a few words because of the time limit. Dr. Zhou, please. Hey. First, and then Professor Wu, please.
Okay, I answer you in Chinese now.
I would like to switch to Chinese so that I can give a more comprehensive response. We understand that for mental disorders, it might be inherited. There could also be acquired due to stressors. In civilized society, there's a lot of stressors. We call them psychosocial events. So when there is a large incident or a large trauma in our head, in terms of neurotransmitters or other materials imbalance, so there would be a short period of time when the factors become imbalanced and our neural system becomes very sensitive. We often say that once we were bitten by a snake, we then became afraid of snakes for the rest of our lives. However, after some period of time, our condition comes back to normal. Should there be no further stress factors coming out, we will gradually go back to normal. And also, for the same level of stress, lots of people are able to cope, but some of us are not able to cope. As if you remember one of my slides, in a lot of times, we have a lot of sources of stress. And for certain population, they are not able to cope well. So if there are some stress, then they develop mental disorders, which is why we need to develop our resilience.
To say hi to Professor Igor. I'm Jenny Wu. I'm now currently analyzing the suicide crisis syndrome toward our nearly 5,000 data. And I have a question and a comment to the model, the suicide crisis syndrome model. In your conclusion, you mentioned that narrative interview is imperative for suicide prevention. I believe that if a person who is suicidal, who reached healthcare professionals, they might get get help. However, there are at least 70% of the adolescent and young adults don't, reach mental health professionals when they are suicidal. So I just wondered, what's your point towards this, kind of critical situation when the adolescent suicide rate is increasing, and we cannot rely on just passively react to their narratives. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. We have an interesting piece of data, and you might discover the same. When we ask people about why they want to, and what is the reason for them to look for suicide prevention services, a large proportion of those who wanted to learn about their friends, and specifically because their friends had expressed suicidal ideation. Now, if somebody is suicidal and somebody can recognize suicidal ideation, which is easy when somebody says, "I want to kill myself, I can't live anymore," friends react and rally. So if people are educated about the suicide crisis syndrome and can recognize the signs in a policy or national policy, or certainly in medical education, then the same way clinicians may rally and friends may rally, because it is implicit risk as opposed to explicitly expressed suicidal ideation that suicide crisis syndrome has. And again, it can be identified. That's why I think including suicide crisis syndrome in DSM and ICD eventually is critical.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Dr. Iko, giving us a valuable response. Suicide is a complex practice, is an important international worldwide problems. So I think we need more time for future discussions. But before closing the sessions, I think I'd like to invite our officer, our directors, our Department of Mental and Oral Health, Dr. Li-Jong Chen, to serve yours as a concluding remark. But before his serving, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my great sincere appreciation to all of you with your effort to make our discussion and presentation is very fruitful. Most importantly, I would like to give special thanks to Professor Igor Gallenker in such early hours to share with us very, very informative information. Particularly, he proposed a new idea about the suicide crisis syndrome. Probably it will become a special entity for the suicidology. So we are looking forward to the future success and progression. Thank you, Professor Igor, please. So would you please give a big hand to welcome Dr. Shen, give a few words as a concluding remark, please, Dr. Shen. Dr. Shen is the senior psychiatrist. He received his public health trainings in the United States at the Johns Hopkins University Public Health. I'd like to take this opportunity to give thanks to him because over the past years, he accompanied us to help us to ban the paraquat and pass through the National Suicide Prevention Act. So I'd like to take this opportunity to give his very, yeah.
Thank you for our moderator, Professor Lee, and also thank you three speakers today, and thank you all coming here to now see field. And today's the main focus upon the disaster to suicide, especially the more innovative talk about the crisis intervention syndrome. I think this will help us in the future strategy design and in the suicide prevention and the mental health improvement, especially during and after the pandemic of COVID-19. We should construct a lot of mental health intervention strategy to improve our health. The intervention never will be enough. Okay, thank you, all our guests come to today's lecture. Thank you, and I represent the Ministry of Health and Welfare to thank you all three speakers and our moderator. Thank you.
Thanks to the Professor Li Mingbing, Zhou Huangzhi, Professor Wu Jiayi, and Dr. Igor Gallenker. We prepared the trophy today. We want to thank for all of speaker and moderator for hosting and sharing such wonderful speech for us today. We respectfully ask Dr. Shen Lizhong, Director of Department of Mental and Oral Health, to present the trophy for our moderator and speaker today. First of all, please welcome Professor Li Mingbing. Please give us a big hand. Next, please welcome Dr. Zhou Huangzhi. Please give us a big hand. Next, please welcome Professor Wu Jiayi. Thank you, Professor. Last but not least, we also thank you, Dr. Igor Gallenker, for sharing the great speech, such wonderful speech for us, especially it's midnight in America. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation. We hope you have wonderful takeaway from the session. Now, it's time for a coffee break. Please see our staff outside for direction to the break area. And I'm afraid it's a little bit over 15:10. Please return to room 1101 at 15:10 for plenary session 3 of the forum. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.